The House will come to order. Members, please register. Have all members registered? A quorum is present. Will the House and gallery please rise for the invocation, which will be offered by the chaplain.
Heavenly Father, you give life to all, you hold all in existence, you work to bring all to yourself. Grant peace to the afflicted, encouragement to the dejected, refreshment to the weary. May we recognize the fleeting nature of this world, the vanity of the present age, and the permanence and the beauty of the life to come. While we still remain, grant us the perseverance to understand what you are saying to us and to act upon it. Pierce our hearts with your love, so we may do nothing outside of love for you. We ask this through Christ our Lord. Amen.
The chair recognizes the Honorable Charles Cunningham of Harris County to lead us in the pledges of allegiance to the United States and Texas flags.
Mr. Speaker, members, audience in the gallery, please join me in the pledges to our United States and the great state of Texas. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
The chair will now hear excuses for absent members. Please excuse Mr. Murr because of an illness on the motion of Mr. Hollins. Please excuse Ms. Campos because of an illness on the motion of Ms. Garcia. Please excuse Ms. Click because of an illness on the motion of Mr. Metcalf. Please excuse Mr. Busey because of an illness in the family on the motion of Mr. Talarico. His objection, chair has none so ordered.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Doorkeeper.
Mr. Speaker, I have a messenger from the Senate at the door of the House.
Admit the messenger.
Mr. Speaker, I'm directed by the Senate to inform the House that the Senate has taken the following action. The Senate has passed the following measures. HB 28, Slauson, sponsor Birdwell, relating to enhancing the punishment for certain conduct constituting the criminal offense of aggravated assault. HB 393, Goldman, sponsored by Paxton.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
The chair is pleased to recognize Dr. Vishal Mapani from Austin as the Doctor of the Day. Mr. Metcalf moves to dispense the reading and referral of bills until the end of today's business. The objection, chair has none so ordered. Members, please take your seats. We have three memorial resolutions. The chair recognizes Mr. Price for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend all necessary rules to take up and consider House Resolution 518.
Members who have the motion and objection, the rules are suspended. The following resolution, the clerk will read the resolution.
H.R. 518 by Price, in memory of former Texas State Representative David Anthony Swinford of Dumas.
The chair recognizes Mr. Price to explain the resolution.
Mr. Speaker, members, all memorial resolutions are special, but I think there is extra meaning to those that honor the memory of a colleague. It's my privilege this morning to remember the life and legacy of my predecessor, former State Representative David Swinford of House District 87, who passed away 5 months ago, December 31st, 2022, at the age of 81. Representative Swinford was elected in 1990 and served the constituents of the Texas Panhandle in the Texas House from January of 1991 until his retirement in August of 2010. David served the state for 20 years. I was talking to his family this morning in my office, and they remember when he was sworn in that first session and sat right back there. His children were here, his grandchildren were here. They went through lots of pictures, very, very happy times, just recollecting and remembering how special his first swearing in was, as we all will when we remember our first swearing in. He served for a number of years and served very well. His kids and grandkids have tremendous memories of spending lots of time here. Mr. Swinford was well regarded by his colleagues and his constituents during his time in this chamber. He was known for his keen intellect, his loyalty, and his honesty. He chaired numerous committees, including the Agriculture Committee, and he chaired State Affairs twice. He was a champion of public education, rural economic development, and Texas energy production. David was a straight shooter. He was a man of integrity and a man of his word. He was a fierce champion for Texas agriculture. He even once, when he was a freshman member in 1991, he filed a bill to remove the upper 26 counties from the state of Texas to create its old state called Old Texas, just to show and prove a point how far removed those counties were from Austin, Texas, and the Texas capital. He's a faithful servant of Christ, defined his character. He was a faithful servant of Christ. That did define his character. He and his family found great joy in worshiping as members of Sunray Church of Christ. David Swinford was also very active in the community, a member of the Dumas Chamber of Commerce, the Dumas Noon Lions Club, a supporter of local FFA clubs and local Little Leagues. He served as president of the local school board. And one sentence in his obituary best encapsulates his life of service. It said, David was an intelligent problem solver who was always working to make things better for others. If you are more senior to me in this chamber right now, and you're not in my class, then you had the privilege of serving with David Swinford. While he received many accolades for his legislative and community service, his greatest joy was his family, his beloved wife Joyce, their children, grandchildren, great-grandchildren, and extended family. At his graveside service just a few months ago at the Texas State Cemetery, Chairman Smithy recalled a compliment given to David after his retirement that we should all strive to receive, and that was that David was the exact same person when he retired from the legislature as he was when he entered the legislature. I'd like to recognize some of the family who are capable of joining us here today on the dais. His daughter, Melissa Bates, his son, Chris Swinford, his daughter-in-law, Brenda Swinford, his grandson, Philip Bates, and his brother-in-law, David McCoy. We are grateful today for their presence, and Mr. Speaker, I move adoption of House Resolution 518.
The question occurs on the adoption of the resolution. All in favor, please rise. The resolution is unanimously adopted.
Thank you, members.
Mr. Raymond moves that all member names for the resolution. Objection, chair has none so ordered. Members, please take your seats. We have two additional memorial resolutions. The chair recognizes Mr. Lambert for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, members, I move to suspend all necessary rules to take up H.R. 1555.
Members, you heard the motion's objection. The chair hears none. The rules are suspended. The following resolution, the clerk will read the resolution.
H.R. 1555 by Lambert in memory of former State Representative Dr. Robert D. Bob Hunter.
The chair recognizes Mr. Lambert to explain the resolution.
Mr. Speaker, members, the residents of Abilene lost an admired champion of higher education and a friend to all with the passing of former State Representative Dr. Robert D. Hunter on February the 11th, 2023 at the age of 94. The son of Grover Cleveland Hunter. I think politics was in his future. And Grace May Grubb Hunter. Bob Hunter was born in Dodge City, Kansas on June 25th, 1928. He grew up with 11 siblings. And after moving to California, he graduated from high school in San Mateo. He relocated to Texas to enroll at Abilene Christian College, beginning a lifelong affiliation with the institution that would later become Abilene Christian University. After completing his bachelor's degree in business, he served in the U.S. Navy during the Korean War, both in the Far East and with the National Security Agency in Washington, D.C. Dr. Hunter returned to his beloved college, alma mater, and in 1957, he was named its first director of alumni relations, later as an assistant to the president. He eventually rose to become senior vice president, a role that encompassed government relations before his retirement in 1993. He was committed to enriching the student and alumni experience. He originated over 24 ACU traditions that are carried on today. In the 1970s, Dr. Hunter also served the wider community during a term on the Abilene City Council from 1970 to 1980. He was executive vice president of the Independent Colleges and Universities of Texas, ICUT, and he galvanized support for the legislation creating the Tuition Equalization Grant Program. Since its establishment, students at private institutions in the state of Texas have received TEG grants totaling more than $2.6 billion. Dr. Hunter became the first Taylor County Republican to win a seat in the Texas House of Representatives when he was elected in 1986, and he was returned to office in the next 10 elections. Working tirelessly on behalf of his constituents and higher education in general, he missed just one single roll call vote over the course of 2 decades, when his doctors refused his pleas to release him while he was being evaluated for a possible heart attack. He chaired the Committee on State, Federal, and International Relations. He later led the House Research Organization. In 1990, Representative Hunter championed legislation to enable Cisco College to build a campus in Abilene. And when the bill faced a potential veto from then Governor William Clements, who was displeased with a previous vote by the representative, Dr. Hunter selflessly removed his name from the legislation, and the measure became law. The next year, he was appointed chair of the Higher Education Subcommittee on Budget and Oversight, bringing to that role his deep expertise in the state's dual system of higher education. In addition, he was vice chair for the Committee on Regulated Industries and co-chair of the Special House Select Committee on NAFTA and GATT international trade agreements. No matter how stressful the situation, he lived up to his nickname, Smiling Bob. And he brightened the days and earned the affection of countless people in the Capital community. Bob and his wife Shirley were married on May the 27th, 1954. They were blessed with 3 children, Kent, Carol, and Lee, Les, as well as numerous grandchildren and great-grandchildren. Mrs. Hunter passed away in 2021. The loss of Bob Hunter is keenly felt by the multitude of friends that he made and the many people whose lives he forever enriched but his enormous contributions will continue to resonate in the years to come, and he will forever hold a special place in the hearts of all who are fortunate enough to know him. Therefore, be it resolved that the House of Representatives of the 88th Texas Legislature hereby pay tribute to the memory of the Honorable Robert Hunter and extend sincere condolences to the members of his family, and be it further resolved that an official copy of this resolution be prepared for his family, and that when the Texas House of Representatives adjourns this day, it do so in the memory of Dr. Bob Hunter. Members, when I think about Dr. Hunter, the verse Proverbs 22 comes to my mind. That says, "A good name is rather to be chosen than great riches, and loving favor rather than silver and gold." Bob Hunter believed that names were important. Names gave people dignity and respect and honor. And while there's always a story behind the name, it was always his intent to learn your name and to speak your name when he greeted you. And he remembered the names of everyone he ever met. And it's a good lesson for us in this house to know the names of our constituents, our colleagues, everyone that works in this building. He treated everyone with respect, whether they were working in the garage parking cars or whether they were the Speaker of the House. He recognized you for being who you were by calling out your name. We're very honored today to have Dr. Hunter's daughter, Carol Hunter Phillips, in our audience in the gallery today. Carol, would you stand, please? Also, his cousin, Jan Austin, and other family and friends and former staff are present in the gallery today. We ask you to stand, and would you recognize them today at this time? Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I move passage.
The question occurs on the adoption of the resolution. All in favor, please rise. The resolution is unanimously adopted. Mr. Hunter moves out. All members' names of the resolution. Objection, chair has unsorted. Members, please take your seats. We have one more memorial resolution. The chair recognizes Ms. Flores for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend all necessary rules to bring up House Resolution 1475.
Members heard the motion. Objection, chair hears none. The rules are suspended. The following resolution, the clerk will read the resolution.
H.R. 1475 by Flores in memory of Guero's Taco Bar founder Rob Lippincott of Austin.
The chair recognizes Ms. Flores to explain the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I'd like to take some time to recognize a dear friend and renowned businessman, Rob Lippincott. I bet many of you did not know Rob, but I guarantee you know the success he and his wife, Kathy, have had. Rob is a longtime staple in the Austin restaurant scene and a respected businessman across the state. Rob, like many folks, was not born in Texas, but moved to Houston as a young child and attended the University of Texas at Austin. He loved it here and wanted to stay, so with Kathy, they opened Guero's Taco Bar in 1986, and in 1995, moved it to its current location on South Congress. It soon became a favorite hangout for many, including politicians of all stripes. Through hard work and perseverance, Rob and Kathy built a popular dining establishment, which we all know today, but they didn't stop there. Their passion for the community and seeing the potential for the area, Rob got involved in some real estate and played an integral role in making South Congress the bustling avenue it is today. Like his passion for business, Rob had an equally strong passion for his family. Many of Rob's family members are here with us today in the gallery on what would have been Rob's 75th birthday. Up here in the gallery. Would you please stand? We have his wife, Kathy, his daughter, Lyle, and her husband, Josh, and their son, Milo. His daughter, Beth, her husband, Andy, and their son, Theo. Rob's sister-in-law, Debbie Carlisle. Rob's sister, Nancy, and her husband, Bruce Schobucker. A couple of nieces, Carly Cutler and Liz Boland, and a great niece and nephew, Cy and Rue Kennedy. Thank you all for being with us today. Thank you for being here and remembering Rob's memory and the wonderful times he has given to all of us and will continue to do so through his family. Thank you so much. Mr. Speaker, I move passage.
The question occurs on the adoption of the resolution. All in favor, please rise. The resolution is unanimously adopted. Mr. Raymond moves out all member names. The resolution is objection. Chair has none, so ordered. The chair recognizes Dr. Stuckey for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this week marks the 50th anniversary of the incorporation of the city of New Fairview. H.R. 1766 celebrates that fated day on May 21, 1973, when the residents gathered to officially incorporate the city. Founded by settlers from Illinois, Fairview was given its name from what settlers described as the Fairview of the Prairie. In 1999, the city changed its name.
It is what it is.
Let's just suspend the rules, please.
Members, you heard the motions. Objection. Chair hears none. The rules are suspended. The following resolution, the clerk will read the resolution.
H.R. 1766 by Stuckey, commemorating the 50th anniversary of the incorporation of the city of New Fairview.
The chair recognizes Dr. Stuckey to explain the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, I'll continue from there. What started out with 40 votes in 1973 has grown today to a population of more than 2,000 residents. Recent growth over the past few years has caused the city to update its operations while still maintaining its small town feel. I rise today to recognize this milestone in the history of New Fairview. All those wishing to join in the celebration may take part this Saturday with a barbecue, games, music, and more at the City Municipal Complex. To all those in New Fairview, congratulations on this historic moment. Members, please join me in honoring New Fairview on 50 years of service to Texans in Wise County. I know they couldn't be here today, but they are watching online. John Sabias and the city mayor and council members, thank you for all you've done. I move adoption.
The question occurs on the adoption of resolutions. Objection. Chair hears none. The resolution is adopted. The chair recognizes Ms. Martinez for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I move to suspend all necessary rules and take up H.R. 1729.
Members heard the motions. Objection. Chair hears none. The rules are suspended. The following resolution, the clerk will read the resolution.
H.R. 1729 by Martinez, honoring the participants in the 2023 Sam Houston State University Austin Internship Program.
The chair recognizes Ms. Martinez to explain the resolution.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Members, today is an amazing day as we recognize the students from Sam Houston State University who have rendered outstanding service to the Texas legislature during this 88th legislative session. Under the direction of the director of the program, Mr. Mike Yon, who is here in the gallery with us, if you could please stand. And out of my office, I am honored to have Jalen Bordeaux, who is representing Sam Houston State. Also, we have from Chairman Metcalf and Chairman Anchia's offices. I'll have them introduce their interns as well.
You first.
The chair recognizes Mr. Metcalf.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I'm so glad to welcome Yvette Mendoza. Yvette, stand up. You've been wonderful this session. Thank you for all your hard work. Go Bearcats.
The chair recognizes Mr. Anchia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Oftentimes we're surrounded by wonderful people in our lives that we get to be teammates with. And I really did find someone like that in our office this year, and that is Amor Sheffield. I'd love for Amor to stand up so I can tell her personally how proud I am of her service to our office and the state of Texas, and how far I know you're going to go. I'm going to relish watching your ascent to the stars in the future. You have so much talent, and I'm incredibly proud of you. Thank you so much.
The chair recognizes Mr. Martinez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, also from Representative J.M. Lozano's office, we have Ashlyn Parker, and from Representative Symphonia Thompson's office, we have Morgan Dawson. Thank you all very much for your outstanding work this legislative session. May God bless you, and may God bless Texas. And I move adoption.
The question occurs on adoption of the resolution. Is there objection? The chair hears none. The resolution is adopted. The chair announces the signing of the following in the presence of the House.
HB 367, HB 1550, HB 1740, HB 1846, HB 1890, HB 2073, HB 2464, HJR 107.
The chair recognizes Mr. Harrison for a recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, we all know how neat it is when we get to welcome local elected officials to our state's capital. And given that there's probably nothing more important that we'll deal with as a state than how we educate the next generation of Texans, school boards may be the most important offices in our state. So I'd like to ask you to join me in welcoming and recognizing Midlothian ISD's newest Board of Trustees member, who also happens to be my dad, Ed Harrison, to his state capital.
The chair recognizes Mr. King of Hemphill for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House grant permission for the Committee on Licensing and Administrative Procedures to meet while the House is in session today at 11:45 in room 1W14, the Ag Museum, to consider pending, referred, and committee business.
Members, you heard the motion. The objecting chair has none. Permission granted. The following announcement, the clerk read the announcements.
The Committee on Licensing and Administrative Procedures will meet today at 11:45 a.m. in room 1W14, Agriculture Museum, and a formal meeting to consider pending, referred, and committee business. The Committee on Defense and Veterans Affairs will meet today upon adjournment at desk 36 in a formal meeting to consider pending, referred, and committee business.
The chair recognizes Ms. Hernandez for a recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. We have some special guests in the gallery today. We have some constituents from my district joining us. We have students, teachers, and staff from Channelview ISD, Galena Park ISD, and Sheldon ISD here today to see their government in action. Let's welcome them to the Texas House. If you'll please stand.
Members, The calendar rule for SB 375 was previously distributed to you as required under the rules, and convenience copies were placed on your desk this morning. Debate is subject to the 3-minute pro-con rule. The chair lays out the calendar rule for SB 375. The clerk will read the rule.
Rule for floor consideration, SB 375.
The chair recognizes Mr. Burrows to explain the rule.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is the calendar rule for SB 375, the redistricting bill for Senate districts that requires amendments to be e-filed with the chief clerk by 6 p.m. tomorrow. The bill will be on major state calendar for Friday. The rule also contains the standard language relating to amendments and redistricting bills that requires amendments to be prepared by the Legislative Council and be in a certain format. If there's no questions, I move adoption.
The question occurs on adoption of the calendar rule for SB 375. Is there objection? The chair hears none. The rule is adopted. The chair recognizes Mr. Holland for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to suspend House Rule 5, Section 11 of the House Rules to entitle necessary staff from the Sunset Commission and the Office of the Vice Chair of the Sunset Commission to privileges of the floor of the House today during the consideration of SB 1397, SB 1414, SB 1424, SB 1659, SB 1727, SB 2592.
Members, you heard the motion. Objecting, chair hears none, so ordered. The chair recognizes Mr. Kemple for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the House grant permission for the Committee on Higher Education to meet while the House is in session today at 2 p.m. in room 1W14 Aggie Museum to consider pending referred and committee business.
Members, you heard the motion. To object, the chair hears none, so ordered. The chair recognizes Mr. Capriglione for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House grant permission for the Committee on Pensions, Investments, and Financial Services to meet while the House is in session today at 2 p.m. in room 1W14 Agriculture Museum to consider pending, referred, and committee business.
Members, you heard the motion. To object, the chair hears none, so ordered. The following announcements, the clerk will read the announcements.
The Committee on Higher Education will meet today at 2 p.m. in room 1W14 Agriculture Museum in a formal meeting to consider pending, referred, and committee business. The Committee on Pensions, Investments, and Financial Services will meet today at 2 p.m. in room 1W14 Agriculture Museum in a formal meeting to consider pending, referred, and committee business.
Members, we're about to begin today's calendar. If you have a bill, please be ready. The chair lays out on third reading SB 22. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 22 by Springer, relating to the establishment of grant programs to provide financial assistance to qualified sheriff's departments, district attorney offices, and county attorney offices in rural counties.
The chair recognizes Mr. Guillen to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this seeks to establish a grant program to provide financial assistance to sheriff's departments, district attorney's offices, and county attorney's offices in eligible rural counties to help increase the salaries of officers as well as provide funding for equipment. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of SB 22. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Guillen voting aye. Mr. Wally voting aye. Mr. Dean voting aye. Ms. Garcia voting aye. Have all members voted? There have been 139 ayes and 0 nays. SB 22 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading SB 1648. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1648 by Parker, relating to the Centennial Parks Conservation Fund to be administered by the Parks and Wildlife Department.
The chair recognizes Mr. Wally to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is the enabling legislation to our SJR 74 that would infuse $1 billion, close to $1 billion for the Centennial Parks expansion for Texas Parks and Wildlife for the host state. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of SB 1648. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Wally voting aye. Mr. Burrows voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 120 ayes and 19 nays, SB 1648 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading SB 267. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 267 by King, relating to a law enforcement agency accreditation grant program.
The chair recognizes Mr. Burrows to explain the bill.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is the really good law enforcement accreditation bill we heard yesterday. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of SB 267. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Burrows voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 136 ayes and 5 nays, SB 267 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading SB 182. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 182 by Miles, relating to the required report of criminal offenses committed against individuals receiving certain state agency services.
The chair recognizes Ms. Rose to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I want to take a quick second to explain the 6-page amendment that was placed on the bill on yesterday, just to make it so everyone will be clear that the bill strikes a requirement for employees and contractors of DLPS to report a crime by coworkers to DPS and replaces it with the requirement to report to local law enforcement instead of the staff. And it prohibits DLPS or a contractor of DLPS from suspending, terminating, discriminating against, or taking adverse employment actions against any person who in good faith reports criminal offenses as required by the bill. And this also applies to those in TJJD as well. And so with that, I have my page with me today, and she's going to help with the bill. She said no, move passage.
Ms. Jasmine moves passage. The question occurs on final passage of SB 182. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Rose voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 126,014 nays, SB 182 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading SB 1054. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1054 by Nichols, relating to requirements for a trial in the contest of an election on a proposed constitutional amendment.
The chair recognizes Mr. Burrows to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is the bill we heard yesterday dealing with the time frame for a contest of an election involving a constitutional amendment. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of SB 1054. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Burrows voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 139 ayes and 1 nay, SB 1054 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading SB 989. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 989 by Huffman, relating to health benefit plan coverage for certain biomarker testing.
The chair recognizes Dr. Bonin to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senate Bill 989 will establish guidelines for the coverage of biomarker testing. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of SB 989. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? There being 114 ayes, 24 nays, SB 989 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading SB 478. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 478 by Zaffarini, relating to the administration of the Motorcycle Operator Training and Safety Program, requiring an occupational license, authorizing a fee.
The chair recognizes Mr. King of Hemphill to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Senate Bill 478 would increase the number of motorcycle licensed instructors. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of SB 478. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. King of Hemphill voting aye. Have all members voted? There have been 142 ayes and 0 nays. SB 478 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading SB 62. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 62 by Zaffarini, relating to posting certain documents and information related to certain real property sales on a county's internet website.
The chair recognizes Mr. Gann to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill improves transparency in processes related to foreclosure sales and delinquent ad valorem taxes by ensuring counties provide relevant information on their websites, and move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of SB 62. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Gann voting aye. Have all members voted? There have been 142 ayes and 0 nays. SB 62 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading SB 1300. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1300 by Hughes, relating to the disposition and removal of a decedent's remains.
The chair recognizes Ms. Thompson Harris to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker, members, this is the bill that gives a list of persons who has a right to exhume the decedent's remains. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of SB 1300. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Ms. Thompson Harris voting aye. Have all members voted? There have been 141 ayes and 0 nays. SB 1300 is finally passed. Ms. Morales-Shaw, for what purpose? The chair lays out on third reading SB 1246. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1246 by Huffman, relating to the investment authority of certain state agencies and the confidentiality of certain information related to those investments.
The chair recognizes Dr. Bonin to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This legislation will allow TRS and the Comptroller's Office to improve the performance and returns of their investments.
Mr. Speaker.
Ms. Morales-Shaw, for what purpose?
Yes, will the gentleman yield for a couple of clarifying questions?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
Yes, I'm happy to yield for questions.
Thank you, Chairman Bonin. We talked a little bit yesterday about a proposed amendment. I wanted to just get some clarification. When the bill came back from the Senate, it had strike line 16 on page 6, which previously put a 10% cap on the hedge fund. Could you explain to me first, what was the purpose of that 10% being put on initially? Because I wasn't here then during that legislative session, but I understand that some years back there was a 10% cap, which means that of all the pooled funds of the teachers, for example, part of it gets invested in a hedge fund. And previous to this amendment, it was at that 10% cap. Do you know why that was initially put on?
So I think that actually also preceded my time in the legislature. It's been a while. And so let me back up a second. The TRS board sets the parameters for items such as this, typically. And that's also true of the strategies for other funds that we have under management in the state. However, when we allowed them to invest in hedge funds, the legislature put a limit of 10% into statute. So that's not a standard practice. That's something that we did specifically for TRS as it pertained to hedge funds. What this does is it returns that authority to the TRS board. It doesn't prescribe a percent of the trust that must be invested in hedge funds. It says we're not going to have a statutorily determined restriction of 10%. We're going to allow the board to set that.
Yeah, so I'm not a financial whiz or anything like that, but it struck me as a sort of a safeguard that, okay, of all these funds, we're going to allow you to invest this much in an abundance of caution, I would think. Of course, that's speculation, but it's a little bit concerning just because of the hedge funds monies that we invest, a third of those go to fees. So like, let's say if it's $1 billion return, 370 million roughly go towards fees. And with a 10% cap, that's comfortable as opposed to it just being open-ended. And I know an amendment isn't favorable at this time. So I just wanted to be clear for the record that I think you said to me yesterday when we talked very briefly about it that the TRS board, who are they made up of?
I don't have the precise members of the TRS board in front of me, but they are appointees. Now,
It's a group of people, and probably some of them have financial expertise.
Well,
I would
there's no
imagine.
question they have financial expertise. The TRS has been investing in hedge funds for about 20 years now, so this is not new. And I think when it was new, there was a desire to put some safeguard or parameter on it, but over 2 decades, having demonstrated effective management and a high rate of return, and sure, there may be higher fees, but if the return more than offsets those fees, then you've proven the effectiveness of that investment. And this doesn't prescribe that they must be above or below 10%. It simply returns that decision-making authority to the board to set those guidelines, those investment guidelines or parameters.
Thank you for the clarification. The concern was that over the past 10 years, for the most part, they've underperformed their benchmark returns. And in fact, CalPERS, Illinois State Board of Investment, and the New York City Employment Retirement System have all removed hedge funds from their portfolios. But I trust what you're saying, that the TRS board, with 20 years experience in doing this, will use their best judgment to protect the teachers' retirement fund and funds that people have worked so hard for. So thank you for the clarification, Chairman.
Yeah, you're very welcome. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of SB 1246. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. So Dr. Bonin voting aye. Ms. Orr voting aye. Have all members voted? There have been 129 ayes and 11 nays. SB 1246 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading SB 1237. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1237 by Flores, relating to compensation and leave for certain security officers or investigators commissioned as peace officers by the comptroller.
The chair recognizes Mr. Guerin to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This just allows the peace officers that work for the comptroller to move from a Schedule B salary to a Schedule C salary. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of SB 1237. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. So Mr. Guerin voting aye. Have all the members voted? There being 135 ayes and 4 nays, SB 1237 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading SB 1213. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1213 by Zaffarini related to establishing the Mold Assessment and Remediation Advisory Board at the Texas Department of Licensing and Regulation.
The chair recognizes Mr. Goldman to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this allows TDLR to set up an advisory board, and I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of SB 1213. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. So Mr. Goldman voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 112 ayes and 29 nays, SB 1213 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading SB 2032. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 2032 by Creighton relating to the authorization of certain adult high school charter school programs.
The chair recognizes Dr. Buckley to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, SB 2032 expands adult charter schools for students between 18 and 50 years of age. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of SB 2032. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. So Dr. Buckley voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 139 ayes and 0 nays, SB 2032 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading SB 2173. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 2173 by Alvarado relating to a pilot program for the safe disposal of controlled substance prescription drugs.
The chair recognizes Mr. Dean to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, before I ask for passage of the bill, I just want to clarify a few things about this bill. This bill, actually, we started back in the 19th session where after the opioid epidemics, et cetera, I served on an opioid committee along with Chairman Price to find ways to address and to combat the opioid epidemic. During our meetings, one of the most prevalent responses we received testimony were people that were taking opioids out of someone else's medical cabinet. To the tune of about 70% of the overdoses were related not to overprescription, but from robbing a medicine cabinet. Matter of fact, we had a lady that showed up to testify that she had a friend of hers that all of a sudden started showing up to her house, which she was glad to see and would have a few drinks with her. And after about a week or so, the lady quit coming by. She happened to go back to her medical cabinet one day to notice that all of her leftover medicine was gone. It also is a problem for our children. We want to set up a situation which we started back in 19 where people have a convenient place to go and discard their leftover opioids. Don't flush them down the toilet. It causes problems.
Members, please take your conversations outside the rail.
It causes problem with our water. There's $133 million sitting right now in the comptroller's office as a result of the pharmaceutical suit, pharmaceutical money. He asked us to pass the bill in order to expand this program. I'd appreciate my conservative Republicans as well to not pay attention to what we saw from a particular group that we were dues-paying members of that opposed the bill. I personally never spoke or heard from them. I would ask for you to support and pass the bill. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of SB 2173. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. So Mr. Dean voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 130 ayes and 11 nays, SB 2173 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading SB 1602. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1602 by Hughes relating to venue and choice of law for certain actions involving censorship by social media platforms.
The chair recognizes Mr. Kane to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this would ensure that venue is in the state of Texas for the cause of action for social media censorship. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of SB 1602. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? There being 86 ayes and 55 nays, SB 1602 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading SB 1429. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1429 by Hinojosa relating to the use of standardized examinations by a school of nursing or educational program.
The chair recognizes Mr. Hunter to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this deals with standardized exams in the School of Nursing or their educational program. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of SB 1429. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. So Mr. Hunter voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 138 ayes, 1 nay, SB 1429 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading SB 1444. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1444 by Zaffarini, relating to the public retirement systems for employees of certain municipalities.
The chair recognizes Mr. Capriglione to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Senate Bill 1444 is a comprehensive framework to proactively ensure the long-term financial stability of the Austin pension system. Mr. Speaker, I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of SB 1444. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Capriglione voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 129 ayes and 12 nays, SB 1444 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading SB 944. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 944 by Colcourse, relating to the commitment order for individuals with intellectual disabilities who are committed to state-supported living centers.
The chair recognizes Mr. Lambert to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, SB 944 provides a pathway for parents or guardians seeking to place their children in a state-supported living center, ensuring that this vulnerable population obtains the care they need. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of SB 944. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Lambert voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 134 ayes and 8 nays, SB 944 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading SB 780. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 780 by Hughes, relating to emergency possession of certain abandoned children by designated emergency infant care providers.
The chair recognizes Mr. Hefner to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is the bill that has to do with newborn safety devices that we passed yesterday, and I have a third reading amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Morrison.
The chair recognizes Ms. Morrison to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. What this amendment does is it strikes a section that says that law enforcement agencies will be receiving baby abandonment babies. They have no EMS training, and so it will still keep in the fire stations, hospitals, and freestanding medical facilities that always have been, but takes out law enforcement agencies. And I believe it's acceptable to the author.
Ms. Morrison sends an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. The objection to the adoption of the amendment. Chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Mr. Hefner to close on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of SB 780. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Hefner voting aye. Have all members voted? There will be 125 ayes and 15 nays. SB 780 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading SB 745. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 745 by Colcourse, relating to fraud prevention under certain health care programs.
The chair recognizes Ms. Noble to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill allows the Office of Attorney General's Medicaid Fraud Division to pursue fraudulent activities in Medicaid. Healthy Texas Women and CHIPS. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of SB 745. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Noble voting aye. Show Mr. Tallarico voting aye. Have all members voted? There will be 139 ayes and 1 nay. SB 745 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading SB 1145. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1145 by West, relating to an exemption from ad valorem taxation of real property used to operate a child care facility.
The chair recognizes Mr. Tallarico to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I know it's third reading, but I want to take a second to explain this bill because it passed by one vote yesterday on second reading. And I've talked to many of you about it, and that's my fault because I didn't explain it yesterday on the front mic. This bill is completely permissive. It allows counties to provide property tax relief to certain child care centers. This is not a blanket exception. In order to qualify, those child care centers need to sign up for Texas Rising Star, which is our state's quality improvement program. So we're getting something out of this relief that counties are allowed to provide. Again, completely permissive, and it's got a fiscal note of $0.
Mr. Frank, for what purpose?
Does the gentleman yield?
The gentleman yield for questions.
Yes.
The gentleman yields.
Thank you very much. Just a couple of real quick questions just to clarify. The bill is permissive, is that correct? It just gives counties options, they are not required?
That's right. No local government is required under this bill to provide this relief.
Okay, and you mentioned local governments. Which local governments are able to give these exemptions?
This is counties and cities, not school districts. School districts were taken out of the bill. Chair Button and I have been working on this bill since the beginning of session. And in order to get it through the Senate, we had to tightly tailor the language, and that was part of it.
Okay, and then the fiscal note on it then?
Fiscal note is 0.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you,
Good
Chair
bill.
Frank. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of SB 1145. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Talarico voting aye, Mr. Meyer voting aye, Ms. Button voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 109 ayes and 33 nays, SB 1145 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading SB 895. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 895 by Johnson, relating to modernizing the regulation of money services businesses.
The chair recognizes Mr. Lambert to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, SB 895 aligns Texas law with a single set of nationwide standards based off of current Texas law for money transmitters to follow. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of SB 895. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Lambert voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 116 ayes and 22 nays, SB 895 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading SB 922. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 922 by Hughes, relating to legislative leave for certain peace officers commissioned by the Parks and Wildlife Department.
The chair recognizes Ms. Orr to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This is the bill we passed yesterday to create a voluntary legislative leave pool for our state's game wardens. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of SB 922. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Orr voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 140 ayes and 1 nay, SB 922 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading SB 1725. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1725 by Hughes, relating to the expunction of certain convictions or arrests of a minor for certain alcohol-related offenses.
The chair recognizes Ms. Leo Wilson to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker and members, this would allow a minor first offense, one-time incident to expunge their alcohol violation. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of SB 1725. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Leo Wilson voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 139 ayes and 0 nays, SB 1725 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading SB 1768. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1768 by Creighton, relating to the correction or removal of certain obsolete provisions of the property code.
The chair recognizes Mr. Bryant to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill eliminates certain outdated sections from the Texas Property Code, including a reference to the Residential Construction Commission, which was abolished 14 years ago. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of SB 1768. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Bryant voting aye. Have all members voted? There have been 136 ayes, 6 nays. SB 1768 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading SB 409. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 409 by Hinojosa, relating to the rights of victims, guardians of victims, and close relatives of deceased victims in the criminal justice system.
Is Mr. Leach on the floor of the House? The chair recognizes Mr. Leach to explain his bill.
I was looking for my phone cord. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill deals with victims' rights and allowing our victims to be involved in the prosecution of their crimes. With that, Mr. Speaker, I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of SB 409. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Leach voting aye. Show Mr. Goldman voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 140 ayes, 0 nays, SB 409 is finally passed. The chair recognizes Mr. Guillen for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I move to suspend House Rule 8, Section 5D for SB 224 to designate the following members as co-sponsors: Cunningham and Wu.
Members heard the motion. Objection. The chair hears none. So ordered. The chair lays out on third reading SB 224. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 224 by Alvarado, relating to the prosecution of and punishment for theft of a catalytic converter, increasing the criminal penalty.
The chair recognizes Mr. Leach to explain the bill.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is our catalytic converter bill, which we've worked so hard on to to tackle the increasingly prevalent crime, organized crime, and very dangerous crime of catalytic converter theft across the state, which I know has hit many of our communities and is an important bill this session. With that, Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to take
Mr. Wu, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, would the gentleman yield for questions?
The gentleman yield for questions.
Yes.
The gentleman yields.
Representative Leach, I know that this is a very important bill, but there are some members who have some questions. Would you be willing to answer some questions to help the membership understand this legislation?
Can you repeat the question, Mr.
Would you be willing? Can you answer some questions to help the membership understand this legislation?
Yeah, I'm happy to answer questions. Yes.
So, let me try to explain, and you tell me if this is right. So, last session we passed a catalytic converter theft bill out of this House, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And the frustration that law enforcement has in dealing with these rising wave of catalytic converter thefts is that sometimes they would find individuals with just a ton of catalytic converters, but that by itself does not give them probable cause to investigate further, correct?
That is correct, yes, well said.
So they see people who likely have a lot of stolen catalytic converters, but no legal ability to stop them. This bill provides them the legal ability to just ask them some questions, correct?
Yes, yes.
Okay. And so what this bill does is creates a legal presumption that the catalytic converters might be stolen, right?
Yes. Yeah, the presumption, it's not a presumption of guilt, it's a presumption that the catalytic converters that are in their possession might be stolen.
And the presumption itself does not create a grounds for arrest, it just creates a grounds for investigation, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And so, let's say we have a scenario, and I'm sorry, the presumption can be easily overcome with some explanation and some evidence, correct? The presumption can be overcome.
Easily overcome, right. If there is a legitimate lawful purpose for an individual having catalytic converters in his or her possession, then yes, that presumption, like I said, would not be, and as you've correctly pointed out, would not be a presumption of guilt. It would simply allow for further questioning. But yes, that presumption could easily be overcome if in fact they're possessing and controlling those catalytic converters legally.
So given the scenario, let's use a scenario. So if somebody is a mechanic, they work on the shop all day, they have a couple of catalytic converters that they want to take to the scrapyard and just sell for a couple of bucks and recover some funds. If they were to stop an officer investigated it, and they said, "Hey, I'm a mechanic, and here are the vehicles where it came from, and here are the VIN numbers of the vehicles, as would be required by our law that we passed in 2021. Here's the proof that I would need to provide at the scrapyard." That is enough to overcome the presumption, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead.
And there's a second issue that some members are concerned about, that moving this to a state jail felony is an overcharge. Have you heard that?
I have heard that concern, yes,
okay.
Representative.
But right now, if an officer stops someone with a stolen catalytic converter, then they could only charge it as a theft. And based on the value of the catalytic converter, that would be just a Class C ticket, correct?
Just for the value of the catalytic converter, yes.
Yeah, it's like about 40 or 50 bucks, right? Which would not even breach the $100 needed to move into a misdemeanor B.
Correct, yes.
And so, but when someone steals a catalytic converter, they cost thousands of dollars to a victim's vehicle, is that correct?
Yeah, in many cases, Representative Wu, the vehicle is undrivable at the time, but these highly technical and well-trained criminals are going in and very, very quickly, I've actually seen a demo of this, and very quickly, in a matter of 2 to 3 minutes, getting under a car and removing catalytic converter. There's a couple of members here who have commercial fleets in their businesses back home, I know, who have experienced this, and I've seen some of that security footage. I see Representative Tinderholt waving at me. The criminals will get under the car, in a matter of 2 minutes, they'll remove the catalytic converter, but the damage to the vehicle in many cases can be in excess of thousands and thousands of dollars, other damage to the vehicle. So that's why we've increased it beyond a Class C to a state jail felony.
And so, but when someone steals a catalytic converter, they cost thousands of dollars to a victim's vehicle, is that correct?
And so, we've increased it beyond a Class C to a state jail felony.
if someone does several thousands of dollars of damage to a vehicle, that is consistent with a state jail felony level criminal mischief charge, correct?
That is correct, yes.
So it's not an overcharge, it's just moving it to where it's supposed to be, according to the damage that they've done.
Yes, well said.
Thank you so much. This is a wonderful bill.
Thank you. And I know there's a few members who are calling me on my cell phone right now who see me standing here at the front mic. I'll get to you in just a sec. But Representative Wu, thank you for the questions. And I see Senator Alvarado on the floor here. Senator, welcome back to the House. And she worked so hard on this bill in the Senate. Members, in closing, this is a very serious and prevalent problem. It's a dangerous problem. Representative Wally, earlier this session, memorialized with the House Memorial Resolution Deputy Armendariz from Houston, who was actually killed while off duty while attempting to keep someone from stealing a catalytic converter. This act is named after Deputy Armendariz, and I think this bill is going to go a really long way in cracking down both on the regulatory and the criminal side on this prevalent crime. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of SB 224. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Leach voting aye. Have all members voted? There have been 142 ayes and 0 nays. SB 224 is finally passed. The chair announces the signing of the following in the presence of the House.
SB 241, SB 577, SB 768, SB 811, SB 825, SB 887, SB 943, SB 1032, SB 1186, SB 1381, SB 1413, SB 1506, SB 1592, SB 1612, SB 1716, SB 1780, SB 1801, SB 1809, SB 1850, SB 1869, SB 2123, SB 2124, SB 2258, SB 2261, SB 2294, SB 2355, SB 2566, SB 2576, SB 2577, SB 2579, SB 2583, SB 2599, SB 2600, SCR 47.
The chair recognizes Mr. King of Uvalde for a motion.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to make a motion for Senate Bill 28 and SJR 75, motion to suspend rules, authorize additional joint. Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend House Rule 8, Section 5, subsection D, for Senate Bill 28 and SJR 75 to designate the following members as joint sponsors: Representative Price and Representative Cassell.
Members, you heard the motion. Objection. Chair hears none, so ordered. The chair lays out on second reading SB 28. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 28 by Perry, relating to financial assistance provided and programs administered by the Texas Water Development Board.
The chair recognizes Mr. King of Uvalde to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members, for the opportunity to lay this bill out. I first want to thank Senator Perry for his leadership and dedication on this issue. Over the interim, both the Natural Resources Committee and the Senate Water Committee examined Texas water infrastructure and water supply needs. And we are in dire need of significant financial investment in water infrastructure and water supply development, without which Texas will not continue to prosper. And I do have a couple of amendments.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment. Ms. Gomez, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, I'll wait to ask if the gentleman will yield for some questions after the amendment.
On the bill, that's what I
Thank
thought.
you, sir.
Thank you. Following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by King of Uvalde.
The chair recognizes Mr. King of Uvalde to explain the amendment.
All right, Mr. Speaker, members, this amendment cleans up the fund management language and was provided by the Comptroller's Office. It ensures that the money is invested and managed properly by them. I move adoption.
Mr. King of Uvalde sent an amendment. The amendment is acceptable. The author's objection to the adoption amendment. The chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by King of Uvalde.
The chair recognizes Mr. King of Uvalde to explain the amendment.
Thank you. Because water loss is such a major issue, as I'll explain more in a moment, we want to be clear that projects that mitigate water loss are eligible under this bill. I move adoption.
Mr. King of Uvalde sent an amendment. The amendment is acceptable. The author's objection to the adoption of the amendment. The chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Ramos.
The chair recognizes Ms. Ramos to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment clarifies EDAP can participate in the program. It is acceptable to the author. Move adoption.
Ms. Ramos sent an amendment. The amendment is acceptable. The author's objection to the adoption amendment. The chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Mr. King of Uvalde to close on the bill.
All right, thank you.
Ms. Gomez, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, would the gentleman yield for some questions?
Would the gentleman yield for questions?
I do.
The gentleman yields.
Mr. Chairman, I just want to thank you so much for championing this legislation, which really focuses on emphasizing water infrastructure for colonias across the border. I just wanted to ask, would this legislation potentially allow cooperation and coordination from entities like the North American Development Bank, which has worked previously for funding water infrastructure projects in our area?
Yes, ma'am, and I want to thank you also for your great work on this committee, Representative Gomez. But you asked me about the NAD Bank, I believe?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, the NAD Bank has a good working relationship with the Water Development Board, and there's nothing in this legislation that would keep them from continuing to have that relationship.
So it would allow them to continue to work with grant dollars in our area?
Yes, sir. Yes,
Thank
ma'am.
you so much, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate you chairing this. And Mr. Speaker, I'd ask kindly that these remarks be reduced to writing and placed in the journal.
Members, do you heard the motion is objecting? The chair hears none, so ordered.
All right, thank you. I'll take a few minutes because this is a fairly large bill, but by the immediate need hopefully addressed by this bill cannot be overstated. By 2070, our population is expected to grow by 73%, increasing water demand by 9%. From the same time frame, our existing water supplies are expected to decline by about 18%. That leaves us with a 7 million acre-foot shortage. It is estimated that at least 572,000 acre-feet are lost or leaking pipes every year, and that is enough water to supply Austin, Fort Worth, El Paso, Laredo, and Lubbock combined. Boil water notices have tripled in the last 15 years. We had 2,457 of them last year. We have heard estimates for our water and wastewater infrastructure needs range from $60 to over $150 billion. A growing number of communities are relying on water that's trucked into them. There are about 480,000 miles of pipe in the state today. In today's dollars, the replacement cost is $1 million a mile. Conservative estimate to replace that pipe that is just the pipe that's over 40 years old is over $190 billion. And if we were to fund every single program that needs, it'd take over $80 billion. So I could go on and on, but it's clear our state is growing, water supplies are shrinking, and our infrastructure is failing, and the costs to address all of this are rapidly rising. So a reliable water supplies is absolutely crucial. This bill creates an umbrella fund, which the Texas Water Development Board will have the flexibility to route financial assistance through existing and some new funds to address the water supply and infrastructure needs of the state. We specify certain guardrails that the board must follow for a portion of the money, but it is otherwise left to the board to determine where and how to best provide the assistance. The bill creates the new water supply fund to encourage the development of water not currently being utilized in the state. The bill also directs the board to use certain funds to provide education and awareness about water in our state. Such foundational knowledge is essential to maintaining a reliable water source in the state. I move passage.
The question occurs and passes the third reading of SB 28. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. So Mr. King of Uvalde voting aye. So Mr. Bella Kaufman voting aye. Mr. Reynolds voting aye. So Ms. Theory voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 139 ayes and 1 nay, SB 28 is passed the third reading. The chair lays out in second reading SB 1397. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1397 by Schwertner related to the continuation and functions of the Texas Commission on Environmental Quality.
The chair recognizes Mr. Bella Kaufman to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senate Bill 1397 is a culmination of the Sunset Agency staff and Commission's review over the last year, addressing improvements to TCEQ decision-making and transparency, opportunities for public input and dissemination of public information, and updating TCEQ's enforcement practices to better focus on the most significant violations and ensure staff treat potential violators consistently based on severity. Major provisions of the bill include extends the public comment period and opportunity to request a contested case hearing for certain air permit applications to 36 hours after a public meeting on the permit if one is held, requires TCEQ to post all permit applications, including associated materials and amendments, as well as electronic notices of applications on TCEQ's website. Makes the electronic posting of permit applications and notices be in addition to physical posting requirements. Requires a permit applicant that publishes the notice to submit a copy of the published notice and a publisher's affidavit. Creates an enforcement diversion program for small businesses and local governments. Requires TCEQ to notify legislators when any permit application that requires public notice is submitted in their legislative district. Requires TCEQ regulated entities with temporary or open-ended permits to annually conform their operation status. Requires the Legislative Environmental Flows Advisory Group to adopt a biennial statewide work plan for updating environmental flow standards. Requires TCEQ to consider all severities of violations for classifying the entity as a repeat violator. Increases TCEQ maximum administrative penalty from $25,000 to $40,000 per day for a violation that causes an actual harmful release of pollutant or an actual unlawful diversion of water, where the permit holder has committed a similar violation previously and received a penalty, and the permit holder could have reasonably anticipated and avoided the violation. Continues the Texas Commission on Environmental Quality for 12 years and ensures only the agency, not its statute, is subject to abolishment. Mr. Speaker, I believe there's amendments.
Mr. Reynolds, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, would the gentleman yield for some questions?
Would the gentleman yield for questions?
Gentleman yields for questions.
Gentleman yields.
Thank you. Representative Bell, as you know, I've spoken to you quite extensively about this bill that you just laid out, and I voted for it in committee. We serve on the Environmental Regulation Committee together, and I plan to vote for it today. And I want to commend you. And as I told you privately, I want to tell you publicly, you've done an extensive job. You've done a lot of due diligence. You've worked hard, you and your staff, of really shepherding this through and working with different stakeholders to make it a better bill. I believe that the version that you've worked on is even better than the Senate, and I think that you have many good provisions in the bill, and I will definitely support it today. I think that this bill will improve transparency, public participation, and hopefully enforcement of our environmental laws. I had planned to offer a few amendments on the bill, but after talking to you, I decided instead to have a few questions for you for legislative intent. So Representative Bell, is it true that the bill before us today says that in addition to being a major violation, the TCEQ must find that the company previously committed a violation of the same nature that resulted in an assessment of an administrative penalty, and that the person could have reasonably anticipated and avoided the violation?
Yes, that's correct.
And is it your understanding that the criteria was changed slightly based on input from the Senate and stakeholders, but it still maintains the ability for TCEQ to apply a higher administrative fine for major violations, but does some additional conditions on when the TCEQ can apply those higher fines, as is the intent to be applied to the most egregious and willful actors? Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct, and that is the intent of the increased fines.
So if you had a company that had previously violated its permit limits by illegally releasing pollutants, but then had another violation that released another pollutant, because they are both releases, TCEQ could consider assessing a higher fine of $40,000 per day for the violation.
Correct, Representative Reynolds. What is important is the company in both cases would have similar violations, which have been illegal air pollution.
All right, thank you. I have one other issue I wanted to bring up with you, which is the cumulative impact. As you know, in many areas of Texas, many communities are facing not only existing high levels of pollution, but as industry expands, even more pollution. Are you aware of that?
Yes, sir, I am aware.
And many have criticized TCEQ, including myself, for not adequately considering cumulative impacts when granting new permits, whether it be for the smaller permits like concrete batch plants, which there have been an abundance of problems, or even large industrial chemical plants in areas like mine that are considered to be both non-attainment areas or because of high level of ozone pollution. Is it true that Senate Bill 1397 is silent on whether TCEQ should do a better job of considering cumulative impacts in permitting processes?
There is nothing in this bill currently that is reviewing cumulative impacts.
Is it your intent that TCEQ should not consider cumulative impacts?
No, Representative Reynolds. They do currently consider cumulative impacts. In fact, we believe federal and state law is already clear that TCEQ should take into consideration cumulative impacts, particularly in non-attainment areas. In fact, recently the TCEQ has proposed a new standard permit for concrete batch plants that is currently open for public comments. In that proposal, TCEQ is proposing to amend the concrete batch plant standard permit, which will include an updated protectiveness review to address potential health impacts of concrete batch plants registered under the standard permit, including background concentrations to address cumulative impact concerns.
So you think TCEQ already has the tools it needs to consider cumulative impacts in deciding whether to grant a new permit without the need for statutory change?
Correct.
All right. Representative Bell, I want to really thank you for working in a balanced approach. I know you worked with industry and with various other stakeholders, aggrieved parties, everyone to make what I think is a better bill. And I really appreciate the clarity that you've given. Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Reynolds.
I move that the conversation between myself and Representative Bell be reduced to writing and placed in the Journal.
Members, you heard the motion. Is there objection?
Thank
Chair
you.
is on. The motion is adopted. Representative Weiner, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for a couple questions?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
I'll yield.
The gentleman yields.
Thank you so much, Representative Bell. I know there's a lot going on the floor this time in session, but I really appreciate your leadership in making sure that the agency that's responsible for clean air and clean water here in Texas is in good fighting shape. And I wanted to ask you about a couple things we've talked about over the course of this session. One, as you know, I worked a lot last session on some legislation to try and increase the maximum possible penalty TCEQ could assess for violations. Representative Bell, does the Sunset Bill address those possible maximum penalties?
Yes, Representative Weiner, it increases the fine from $25,000 to $40,000 for administrative penalties.
Thank you so much for making sure that those penalties are meaningful. And I hope that we make sure that they keep up with inflation as it goes on. Another issue I'd worked on previously, and I know that Representative Farrar worked on before you and I were ever even in the legislature, was this concern about transparency and whether or not everyday Texans could find water and air permits easily. What changes has this bill made to make sure they can find those permits?
We have now provided they be posted online once they're administratively correct, and then made provisions that if people do not have connectivity, that will be taken in consideration and accommodations be made.
Okay, so if somebody lives, say, in your district out in Forney, they no longer have to physically get to a TCEQ office to get those permits. They can find them online to see all the necessary information. Is that correct?
That is correct, once they're administratively complete.
Okay. Thank you so much, Representative Bell, for all your work.
Thank you, Ms. Winter.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Morales, Shaw,
Yes.
for what purpose?
will the gentleman yield for
Will the
a couple
gentleman
of
yield?
comments?
Yes,
The gentleman yields.
You're popular today, Rep. Bell.
That's
I wanted to, I'd be remiss if I didn't thank you for your work at the beginning of session, and I know how hard you worked over the interim on this, and a shout out to Georgianne, your chief, and to Senator Schwartner for increasing transparency at the TCEQ and giving them the tools they need to do enforcement against bad actors. I just wanted to thank you for your help on moving those steps forward. I think Zwiener elaborated on that, so I won't repeat that. But I just want to thank you for all of your help in that.
Thank
Okay.
you, Representative Shaw. Appreciate your kind words.
Representative Vanchia, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask if the gentleman will respond to some questions.
Will the gentleman yield for request? Yield
Yes,
for questions.
I will yield.
Thank you. Representative Bell, I was asked to try to amend the Sunset Bill. Having been a former member of Sunset, I declined. It's important that you're able to focus on the continuing operations of TCEQ. You do serve on environmental reg, and I would ask that if you have an opportunity to offer some thoughts on interim charges in your committee and Chairman Landgraf's committee related to cumulative impacts of the batch plants and other industrial uses that my constituents lived with on a daily basis in West Dallas, I'd be grateful. I do believe you're sincere in your efforts to try to improve the quality of life of my constituents and other people who are similarly situated. So I simply wanted to ask you if that's something that we could work on in the interim.
Certainly, Representative, and the protectiveness review that was just released in April, the standard permit for batch plants, that's going through the review. I believe that's been posted on Texas Register. So there's comment period that's going to occur as the TCEQ works through that new permitting process. But certainly, I know the chairman's up here and he'll take that under advisement.
And I hope you and I get to come back for the 2025 session, but to the extent that the notice and comment period doesn't fully protect constituents, look forward to locking arms with you and working on that during the next session.
Great. Thank you, Representative.
Thank you.
Mr. Dutton, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield?
Will the gentleman yield?
Gentleman yield for question.
Thank you, Mr. Bell. Thank you for your work on this. I just had a couple of questions. One is I spoke to you about that TCEQ is required to have certain hearings in regards to a application for a permit. And one of the things that always bothered me, and I hope you've done something about it in your bill, is they have, as they did in my district, they had a hearing on a permit application, and yet all of the people from TCEQ were sitting there listening, but they were not recording it, not taking anything down. And when I got up to speak, I asked, what were they going to do with the information that was obtained at the hearing? And I was surprised when they said nothing. And I thought, why are we having a hearing if the comments from the public don't mean anything and aren't going to be taken at all by the commission in terms of either the application or responding to the application. Does your bill do anything about that particular situation?
If you go back to our recommendation 1.1 in the process, and that's in section 4 of the bill, we've extended the opportunity for requesting a contested case hearing for certain permits once, require the public comment period and a period for which a contested case hearing may be requested for a permit application will remain open for at least 36 hours after the conclusion of a public meeting for an air permit applications when a consolidated notice of receipt of application and attempt to obtain a permit and notice of application of preliminary decision if a public meeting is held. So it will be withheld for an additional 36 hours. That's new provisions to this statute.
Will the agency be required to do anything with the public comments?
They certainly would get them, would send them 36 hours, and then they would take that under advisement. But once that permit is administratively correct, it's based upon the science that exists for them to issue that permit, which includes the cumulative effects as they're looking at right now through that standard permit.
And if the science is in contradiction to the public comments, the agency is obligated to listen to the science.
That is correct. The permit is issued based upon the science.
And so the public comments do or don't mean anything. I'm not quite sure I understand.
Well, they certainly mean something, and certainly when someone's ends up being an affected person, that could end up then having a contested case hearing, and then it goes through the process, through the commission, and then they decide whether or not that's going on the soap.
But to be an affected person, you have to live within 440 yards of the facility that's being permitted?
That's correct, Chairman Dutton. It's 440 yards from the facility.
Right. And so if you live outside the 440 yards, the comment period doesn't mean anything to anybody because they don't live within the prescribed 440 yards. And only the people within the 440 yards are eligible to cause the application for them, the TCEQ, to do anything with the application.
And that is correct, but at the end of the day, it would be up to this body and the legislature to discern whether or not that needs to be extended past that 440 yards.
Okay, because one of the things I always considered is that the affected persons do not include state legislators or state senators. And that's not changed in your bill, is it?
You're correct, Chairman. It has not changed, and they are not affected persons.
All right. Well, thank you for your help on this, and I think we've still got a long way to go to get to where I believe this permitting process is one that's at least responsive to Texans, and particularly Texans who live in areas that are most affected by the permit application. But thank you for your work.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Collier, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, will the gentleman yield for questions?
This gentleman yield for questions.
Gentleman yields.
Gentleman yields.
Chair Bell, I wanted to thank you again for your work, but I wanted to follow up on the questions that Representative Dutton was just asking you about. My constituents are very involved and active when it comes down to TCEQ permitting, especially in our district. And some of the concerns that they raise is that they are no longer, or they're not considered an affected person because of the distance that is used, which is currently 440 yards, I think it is. And it's from the actual site of production, not from the property line, but the site of production. And that pretty much excludes a lot of people. So did you give any thought to extending that yardage or that distance marker to 880 yards or 800 yards even?
Well, as I stated before, through the cumulative effects and the updated process that they're going through to look at the protectiveness review and how that's going to impact the future permit, that would all be up for the TCEQ to discern how that permit's going to change. And if you go to that permit and look at it, that's what defines on that permit. It's 440 yards to be an effective person. If that doesn't change through their rulemaking, then certainly this legislative body could come back and do that in a future legislative session. But this bill is about the operations and the continued operations of TCEQ and not a process of changing the distance that creates an effective person.
I understand that, but you did make other changes that were not solely related to the process. There were substantive changes that were made to the rules and how TCEQ interprets things. So that's why I'm asking if that was considered. And so what I'm hearing is it your understanding that TCEQ already has authority to change the distance marker?
They only have to be able to change the requirements of the permit and the science to move the distance that would take a legislative act.
So you think that TCEQ can move the distance themselves?
No, only they can discern the science
of
being able to issue that permit. The distance would require a legislative act by the legislature.
Okay, well, see, the thing is that so many people are frustrated because they feel like they're not being heard because of the science. The distance excludes them, but they don't even think that the science is considering their concerns when it comes down to quality of air, and then when you add in transportation on top of that, because my understanding is that TCEQ does not consider the trucks that bring in or take out the material or product, because that's not part of the TCEQ deliberation. And so there's a lot of things that go into this that our constituents are frustrated about. And I just wanted to see if you took that into consideration when you're talking about continuing the function of TCEQ.
Well, I would tell you that TCEQ does address cumulative exposure for not only the permits they issue through a very robust ambient monitoring program and new enhanced equipment that lets the agency go into neighborhoods with mobile monitors depending on the pollutant of concern, and in addition to concentrations caused by mobile sources are also captured by the air monitors when the monitors are located in urban areas. So the monitoring they do to look at cumulative effects does include the concentrations caused by mobile sources and sources outside of, for instance, a concrete batch plant.
Okay. Well, I will say that TCEQ...
The gentleman's time has expired.
TCEQ has always been responsive and helpful, so thank you for what you're doing. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Mr. Reynolds, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, earlier I asked that my comments, I'd like to, after hearing the dialogue, I'd like to request that all comments on Senate Bill 1397 be reduced to writing and placed in the journal.
Members heard the motion. Is there objection, chairs? None. The motion is adopted. Following amendment, clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Bella Kaufman.
Chair recognizes Representative Bella Kaufman to explain the amendment.
You need anything? Is this the perfected amendment? Which amendment? Mr. Speaker, this perfected amendment requires TCEQ to develop and publish on the agency's website best management practices for aggregate production operations, and I move adoption.
Representative Bella Kaufman sends up an amendment. It is acceptable to the author. Is there any objection, chairs? None. The amendment is adopted. Following amendment, clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Turner.
Chair recognizes Representative Turner to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I'm going to speak for a minute on this amendment. This amendment would require the TCEQ to install, maintain, and monitor permanent air quality monitors near gas wells located in counties with a population of 2 million or more people. members, there are 4 counties in the state that meet that population bracket: Harris, Dallas, Bexar, and Tarrant. And let me tell you why I'm laying out this amendment. If you look at this information from TCEQ that Representative Bell was kind enough to get for me, Harris County has 88 gas wells currently. Dallas County has 46. Bexar County has 0. Tarrant County has 3,999. I'm going to round up and say 4,000. So in Tarrant County, we have 4,000 gas wells currently, and many are in industrial areas, some are in commercial areas, but they're also in residential areas. They're also located near schools, near daycare centers. And many of my constituents and others in Tarrant County are exposed to emissions associated with urban gas drilling on a daily basis, particularly potentially harmful particulate matter and other emissions. Different emissions that TCEQ does monitor for associated with gas wells include volatile organic compounds such as benzene that are known to cause eye, nose, and throat irritation, headaches, nosebleeds, fatigue, nausea, and dizziness. Particulate matter, which are tiny particles or droplets in the air that reduce visibility and cause the air to appear hazy. In addition to the aforementioned effects, long-term exposure to particulate matter are associated with increased rates of chronic bronchitis, reduced lung function, and increased mortality from lung cancer and heart disease. Continuous gaseous emissions like NOx emissions cause damage to the respiratory tract and increase a person's vulnerability to and the severity of respiratory infections and asthma. Long-term exposure can cause chronic lung disease. And of course, NOx is a primary contributor to our ozone non-attainment status in the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex. According to the University of North Texas, Health Science Center at Fort Worth, Tarrant County children are more than twice as likely to suffer from asthma as children in other parts of Texas. Tarrant County children ages 0 to 14, about 75,000 of them have asthma. By age 9, 25% of the county's children are diagnosed with asthma, with a disproportionate number of cases among the county's African American children. Due to infrequent, non-contiguous monitoring, we do not know the amount of pollutants our constituents in Tarrant County are breathing in. And I think more must be done, at the very least, to measure the amount of chemicals produced by these wells. That's why my amendment would require permanent air quality monitoring near gas wells. And I think this is important because in 2015, this body passed, the legislature passed House Bill 40, giving the state exclusive jurisdiction to regulate oil and gas operations and the express preemption of local regulation of those operations. The state has made that decision, and therefore our municipalities have very little, if any, input as to the placement of oil and gas operations. And so if the state is going to preempt local jurisdictions' ability to regulate with respect to many health and safety concerns, I think it is also the state's responsibility, in this case TCEQ's responsibility, to ensure that gas wells are safe for our communities, and I think that means more robust air quality monitoring. Now, I also understand that at this time, due to the fiscal note associated with, or the estimated fiscal note associated with this amendment, this is not practical to go on this bill today. However, I am committed to working in the interim with TCEQ to ensure that my district and other similar areas have more frequent and sustained air quality monitoring at these sites. I will note also that the Environmental Protection Agency has taken interest recently and is paying attention to what's happening in Tarrant County with respect to gas drilling. And so I hope that TCEQ will work proactively to do more to help monitor emissions in Tarrant County and work cooperatively with federal and local officials and concerned residents to protect the health and safety of our residents. And I think we all agree that the oil and gas industry is essential to the Texas economy, but we also have to ensure that Texans, especially children, are protected from potentially harmful impacts. And with that, I withdraw the amendment.
The amendment is withdrawn. Chair recognizes Representative Bella Kaufman to close. Representative Kimple, for what purpose?
May I ask the author a couple questions, please?
Does the gentleman yield for questions?
The gentleman yields for questions.
The gentleman yields.
Thank you, Mr. Bell. In Section 16 of the bill, which deals with environmental flow issues, the bill language directs environmental flows advisory group periodically to review the environmental flow standards adopted by TCEQ. Is the intent here that the advisory group itself must actually perform the review, or instead that the advisory group must ensure the reviews are done?
Chairman Kipple, the intent is that the advisory group is to ensure the reviews are done.
Thank you, sir. One more. It's also noted that Sunset Advisory Commission recommendations call for clarifying that the members of the various environmental flow stakeholder committees who are appointed by the advisory group and the members of the expert science teams should continue to serve until replacements are appointed or the members resigns. However, I do not see language in the bill addressing that specific issue. Am I correct in understanding the reason for the recommendation is not included in the bill is because current law has been interpreted as already providing for that result?
That is correct.
Thank you, Mr. Bell.
Move passage.
Question occurs on passage of third reading of Senate Bill 1397. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 1397 is passed at third reading. Chair lays that on second reading, Senate Bill 1414. Clerk will read the bill.
SB 1414 by Johnson, relating to the regulation of the practice of veterinary medicine by the Texas Department of Licensing and Regulation.
Chair recognizes Representative Holland to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Senate Bill 1414 is the sunset bill for which the State Board of Veterinary Medical Examiners was reviewed during the 22 and 23 biennium. SBVME has undergone 3 sunset reviews over the last 6 years. These reviews have repeatedly documented significant data collection, reliability, and analysis issues and poor enforcement procedures that have plagued the agency. In November 2022, had a special purpose sunset review found the agency had improperly contracted for a new database it never received, and indications that the agency was continuing to struggle with data collection, tracking, reliability, and analysis. As a result of these and other findings, the Sunset Commission recommended administratively attaching the Veterinary Board to the Texas Department of Licensing and Regulation for a 4-year period, during which TDLR would provide Veterinary Board with policymaking and administrative oversight, guidance, and support. Under the Sunset Commission's recommendation, the Vet Board would serve as an advisory board during this period, and at the end of the 4-year period attachment, the Sunset Commission would perform another sunset review, and the board would return to its independent agency status. There was a lot of talk during this process about the State Board of Veterinary Medicine adopting their own rules relating to the scope of practice or health-related standards of care for the practice of veterinary medicine. And I'd like to thank our very own doctors of veterinary medicine in the House, Drs. Anderson, Stuckey, Buckley, and Rogers, for their help during this process. We were able to come up with a substitute to this bill that all 4 of our vets could sign off on and be proud of, and so that we can get the Vet Board back in order and back to an autonomous nature at the end of this period. Members, thank you for allowing me to lay this out, and I move passage.
The question occurs on passage of third reading of SB 1414. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. SB 1414 is passed third reading.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Doorkeeper.
Mr. Speaker, I have a messenger from the Senate at the door of the House.
Admit the messenger.
Mr. Speaker, I'm directed by the Senate to inform the House that the Senate has taken the following action. The Senate has concurred in the House amendments to the following measures: SB 490, 31-0, SB 820, 28-3, SB 855, 31, SB 876, 23-8, SB 1499, 31-0. The Senate has refused to concur in the House amendments to the following measures.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Hunter, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, parliamentary inquiry.
Please state your inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, I believe there is a corrected committee report for SB 1424. So what rule authorizes corrected reports?
Under Rule 14, congressional and presidential precedents allow for such.
All right, now, Mr. Speaker, does the Texas House of Representatives have to vote to authorize a corrected committee report?
No, sir.
And then what can be corrected in a committee report?
Mr. Hunter, any part of the report other than the bill text can be corrected.
Mr. Speaker, are there any guidelines for what can be corrected?
The changes must be strictly corrective in nature and must not change the substance of the bill.
And Mr. Speaker, is there a layout requirement for corrected reports?
36 hours.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the exchange between yourself and myself be reduced to writing and placed in a journal.
Members, you heard the motion. The objecting chair has unsupported. The chair lays out on second reading SB 1424. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1424 by Perry related to continuation and functions of the State Soil and Water Conservation Board and the Texas Invasive Species Coordinating Committee.
The chair recognizes Mr. Clardy to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Senate Bill 1424 is the Texas State Soil and Water Conservation Board Sunset Bill. This agency supports the 216 local soil and water conservation districts throughout the state and works together with landowners to encourage voluntary natural resource conservation throughout the state. It also deals with the state's over 2,000 flood control dams built by the USDA Natural Resources Conservation Service. This bill does a handful of very simple things. First off, it'll continue the Soil and Water Conservation Board for 12 years with a limited scope re-review of the dam structural, that's DAM, D-A-M, structural repair grant program during the 2026-27 biennium. It will continue the Texas Invasive Species Coordinating Committee for 12 years and aligns the statute with the committee's current needs. This bill also requires the Soil and Water Conservation Board to develop and adopt one clear set of overall priorities, goals, and metrics for the dam structural repair grant programs, including updating the 10-year plan for dam funding. It requires the board to ensure the local match requirements for state-funded dam upgrades and repairs to equitably account for the financial capacity of local sponsors in high-hazard dams. And finally, it will update standard across-the-board sunset requirements related to board member training, complaints, and separation of duties of board members and staff. With that, Mr. Speaker, I move passage.
The question occurs to pass the third reading to SB 1424. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. SB 1424 is passed the third reading. The chair lays out on second reading SB 1659. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1659 by Schwertner related to the sunset review process and certain governmental entities subject to that process.
The chair recognizes Mr. Holland to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 1659 is the sunset schedule bill. This bill is filed each session to make necessary adjustments to agencies set for review in the upcoming biennium. The bill makes various changes to the review schedule, coordinates the state's occupational licensing agencies by reviewing all such agencies in 2033, and the bill removes the Bandera River Authority from the sunset review. I have an amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Holland.
The chair recognizes Mr. Holland to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment makes a few additional adjustments to the sunset review schedule. The amendment returns the Department of Information Resources and the State Preservation Board to the upcoming biennium, as well as balancing these reviews. The amendment removes Texas Lottery Commission and Texas Department of Housing and Community Affairs. Finally, the amendment adds a limited scope review of the Texas Real Estate Commission. Move adoption.
Mr. Holland has sent an amendment. The amendment is acceptable. The author's objection to adoption amendment. Chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. The chair recommends Mr. Holland to close on the bill.
Move passage.
The question occurs on passage of third reading. SB 1659. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. SB 1659 is passed to third reading. The chair lays out on second reading SB 1727. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1727 by Schwertner related to the continuation of functions of the Texas Juvenile Justice Department and the functions of the Office of Independent Ombudsman for the Texas Juvenile Justice Department.
The chair recognizes Mr. Canales to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Member 1727 is a sunset bill for TJJD, the Office of Independent Ombudsman. The bill advances the body's juvenile justice reforms by expanding efforts to keep youth closer to home, revamping the membership and oversight of duties of TJJD's governing board, ensuring the independent ombudsman has clear authority to secure the rights of post-adjudicated youth, and the bill is necessary to improve the safety and facility in Texas communities, and I believe there's an amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Craddock.
The chair recognizes Mr. Craddock to explain the amendment.
Mr. Speaker, members, a couple of weeks ago we passed this amendment on as a separate bill, and all it does is require the TJJD to pick up youth sentenced to rehabilitation within 45 days of the disposition of their case. I move adoption.
Mr. Craddock sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable. The author's objection to the adoption amendment. The chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Mr. Canales to close on the bill.
Move passage.
The question cards are passed to the third reading. SB 1727. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. SB 1727 is passed to third reading. The chair lays out on second reading. SB 2592. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 2592 by Paxton relating to the Lavaca Navidad River Authority following the recommendations of the Sunset Advisory Commission, altering terms of the Board of Directors, specifying grounds for the removal of a member of Board of Directors.
The chair recognizes Mr. Clardy to explain the bill.
Thank you, Speaker and members. This is the sunset bill for the Lavaca Navidad River Authority, LNRA. It's a very simple bill. We found through the sunset review that this river authority based in Jackson County is generally well run, particularly its water operations. We did find that there were certain policies, procedures that could be strengthened, and those are adopted in the sunset bill. There was a committee substitute which addressed a couple of other issues. One is it removes a provision related to board membership that has not been typically applied in other river authorities. Specifically, it calls for an annual appointment process, ensuring no more than 3 board members are up for appointment at any one time. It also amends the LNRA board member terms to 4 years and applies good government standards to LNR's governing law. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I move passage.
The question occurs on passage of third reading with SB 2592. There's a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. So Mr. Clardy voting aye. Have all members voted? There have been 135 ayes and 3 nays. SB 2592 is passed to third reading. The chair lays out on second reading SJR 75. The clerk will read the bill. Resolution.
SJR 75 by Perry, proposing a constitutional amendment creating the Texas Water Fund to assist in financing water projects in the state.
The chair recognizes Mr. King and Uvalde to explain the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is the financial component to SB 28 that creates the Texas Water Fund and the new Water Supply Fund. This resolution provides $3 billion to the Texas Water Fund. It's covered in my layout earlier for Senate Bill 28. The need for surpasses this amount, but it is necessary that we get serious about our water needs and the viability of our future. I do have a perfecting amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by King and Uvalde.
The chair recognizes Mr. King and Uvalde to explain the amendment.
This amendment was provided by the Comptroller's Office to clean up some of the financial language and conform it to Senate Bill 28. I move adoption.
Mr. King of Uvalde sends the amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author's objection to the adoption amendment. The chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. The chair recommends Mr. King and Uvalde to close on the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I'd like to thank Senator Perry and his staff and the many stakeholders who contributed to making this resolution and bill come together. It is vitally important, and I look forward to sending the question to the voters in the state of Texas. I move adoption.
The question occurs on the adoption of SJR 75. This is a record vote required by the Constitution. The clerk will ring the bell. Mr. King and Uvalde voting aye. Mr. Burrows voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 135 ayes and 4 nays, SJR 75 is adopted. The chair lays out on second reading SB 994. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 994 by Schwertner, relating to the declaration of a candidate's ineligibility on the basis of failure to pay a filing fee or submit a petition in lieu of a filing fee.
The chair recognizes Mr. Burrows to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, SB 994 provides that a candidate who fails to submit a required filing fee or petition may be declared ineligible by the Secretary of State. Move passage.
The question occurs to pass the third reading of SB 994. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. SB 994 is passed the third reading. The following announcement, the clerk will read the announcement.
The Committee on Calendars will meet today upon adjournment in room 1W14, Agriculture Museum, in a formal meeting to consider a calendar.
The chair lays out on second reading SB 1076. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1076 by King, waiving the deadline for approving a certificate of public convenience and necessity for certain transmission projects.
The chair recognizes Mr. Guerin to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senate Bill 1076 shortens the existing process for the PUC to consider and render decision on CCNs. I move approval.
The question occurs to pass the third reading of SB 1076. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. SB 1076 passed the third reading. The chair lays out on second reading SB 2186. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 2186 by Zaffarini, relating to the manner of executing certain anatomical gift records.
The chair recognizes Ms. Thompson Harris to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker and members, when a person wants to make as a donor an anatomical gift, they're required to do so in front of a notary. And what this bill purports to do is, if that person is incapable of signing themselves and has a person to sign for them, we are going to require that person to also sign in front of a notary. I move passage.
The question occurs to pass its third reading, SB 2186. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Thompson Harris voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 122 ayes and 15 nays, SB 2186 is passed at the third reading. The chair lays out on second reading SB 1133. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1133 by Blanco, relating to a grant program to compensate certain property owners for damages caused by criminal activities.
The chair recognizes Mr. King and Uvalde to explain the bill.
Thank you. According to the Senate, anyway, this is the bill to provide compensation to landowners in South Texas that suffer damages from these chases. It creates a fund at the Attorney General's office and sets up a criteria where they can reimburse the landowners for damages that come to their property from illegal activities due to the border activities going on right now. I move passage.
The question occurs to pass the third reading of SB 1133. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Mr. King and Uvalde voting aye. Mr. Longoria voting aye. Have all members voted? There have been 141 ayes and 1 nay. SB 1133 is passed the third reading. The chair lays out on second reading SB 2538. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 2538 by Creighton, relating to limitations on the automatic admission of undergraduate students to general academic teaching institutions.
The chair recognizes Mr. Longoria to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Thank you for the opportunity to lay out SB 2538. This bill will allow the University of Texas at Austin to operate under the current admission standards should the use of race in admissions be ruled unconstitutional by the Supreme Court.
Mr. Speaker.
Ms. Niave Criado, for what purpose?
Does the gentleman yield?
The gentleman yield for questions.
Yes.
The gentleman yields.
Thank you, Chairman. And I just wanted to ask a few questions to clarify. Is it correct that your bill will not repeal Texas's top 10% rule?
That is correct.
And do you know what the situation is going to be for UT admissions the day after a SCOTUS decision finds, if they were to find that affirmative action is unconstitutional?
So what we're trying to do is currently there's a cap in place. If the Supreme Court would deem that you cannot use race-based admissions, UT would have to demonstrate limited Texas top 10% review basically what we're trying to do is keep the current system that's in place should the Supreme Court make a decision that may affect that. So we're just trying to continue with the status quo that the University of Texas is currently operating with.
Okay, so just to clarify, in the event that the Supreme Court strikes down the race-based admissions, University of Texas may still accept students under their top 6% rule, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, and, some would say that there's an anti-diversity climate if the Supreme Court strikes down affirmative action. Do you know how UT Austin is going to be recruiting and supporting Latino and Latina and Black students?
I think the university has done a phenomenal job of trying to recruit minority students. They've been working on that for years. I went to the University of Texas at Austin. I'm a minority, and I think they've gone to those communities to make sure that they can get those students into the university and get them a four-year degree from the University of Texas. So I think they're working on that. They always work on that, and they really go and target those communities.
Okay, thank you for your questions, and thank you for your leadership on this issue.
Thank you.
Ms. Gonzalez, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield?
Will the gentleman yield for questions? The gentleman yields.
I asked you this during committee, but I think it's important for the House to hear. How do you define capacity issues if this is the reason why we're passing this piece of legislation?
I think it's capacity issues based on the students, staff, and that the university can continue to educate those students. I mean, the University of Texas, it's here centralized in Austin. I believe they're landlocked. They're always operating at capacity. The dorms are full. Their staff, they're really operating at the seams. So they're really worried that increasing capacity, just a small amount, can really affect the university in a negative way because they are operating at capacity.
What is the university's utilization rate of their facilities?
I believe they're using all their facilities. If you make reference to maybe not using the facilities at night, I think that's been brought up. I mean, the university is trying to operate. Not only do they have the facilities, but they have to have the faculty to be able to work in those facilities to educate those students.
And do you agree that we've increased faculty and staff at the university over the last 10 years?
I think the university has tried growing their staff and faculty and student body as much as they can.
I think my concern is we understand what's happening potentially with the court cases, but nonetheless, when we inflate capacity concerns, what we're ultimately doing is limiting our constituents' access to our flagship university. And so I hope in the future, as you consider a piece of legislation like that, there's considerations of listening to the university, but also thinking about limiting opportunities for our children. Thank you.
Well, thank you. And with that, Speaker, I move passage.
The question concurs and passes to third reading of SB 2538. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Longoria voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 128 ayes and 9 nays, SB 2538 is passed to third reading. Ms. Niavi Criado, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the remarks on Senate Bill 2538 be reduced to writing and placed in the journal.
Members heard the motion. Objecting. Chair hears none. So ordered. The chair lays out on second reading SB 621. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 621 by Parker relating to the position of Chief Information Security Officer in the Department of Information Resources.
The chair recognizes Mr. Capriglione to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Senate Bill 621 codifies the position of Chief Information Security Officer at DIR. I move passage.
The question occurs and passes the third reading of SB 621. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? There being 141 ayes and 0 nays, SB 621 is passed to third reading. The chair lays out on third reading. Mr. Tinderholt, for what purpose?
Oh, wait a moment, sir.
The chair lays out on second reading SB 1057. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1057 by Whitmire relating to the authority of certain municipalities and local government corporations to use certain tax revenue for certain qualified projects and project-associated infrastructure.
The chair recognizes Mr. Harless to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Tinderholt, for what purpose?
Raise the point of order against further consideration of Senate Bill 1057 under Rule 8, Section 10B on the grounds that the bill is improperly limited by an artificial device or population bracket.
Please bring your point of order down front. The point of order has been withdrawn. The chair recognizes Ms. Theory for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to recommit SB 1057 to the Committee on Ways and Means.
Members, you heard the motion to objection. Chair hears none, so ordered. Please excuse Mr. Hunter because of important business on the motion of Mr. Munoz. Is objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. The chair lays out on second reading SB 2139. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 2139 by Parker relating to the creation of the Opportunity High School Diploma Program.
The chair recognizes Mr. Longoria to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This Senate bill provides the Opportunity High School Diploma Program administered through the Higher Coordinating Board, and I move passage.
The question occurs to passage of third reading SB 2139. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. SB 2139 is passed to third reading. The chair lays out on second reading SB 1070. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1076 by Hughes relating to the Interstate Voter Registration Cross-Check Program.
The chair recognizes Mr. Jatan to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Senate Bill 1070 ensures there are adequate guardrails to ensure that we are receiving.
Yes, please sit for what purpose?
I raise a point of order against further consideration of Senate Bill 1070 under Rule 4, Section 32C1 on the grounds that the bill analysis is materially misleading.
Please bring your point of order down front.
Point of order is withdrawn. The chair recognizes Mr. Jeton for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to postpone further consideration of SB 1070 until July 28, 2023. Happy birthday, Representative Blessa.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? The chair hears none. The motion is adopted. Chair lays out on second reading SB 849. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 849 by Blanco, relating to the continuation and operations of a healthcare provider participation program by the El Paso County Hospital District.
The chair recognizes Mr. Moody to explain the bill.
What up, Mr. Speaker and members? Hey, this is a bill by my very good friend, Cesar Blanco. You might have known him. He served over here with us for a little while as a House member. Even though we feel he's lost his way, this is still a good bill. El Paso specific, and helps continue the efforts of our LPPF. Thank you. I move passage.
Question occurs on passage third reading of SB 849. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? Show Mr. Patterson voting nay. Have all voted? There being 105 ayes, 21 nays, SB 849 is passed the third reading. Chair lays out on second reading SB 643. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 643 by Zaffarini, relating to the conduct of charitable bingo.
The chair recognizes Ms. Thompson of Harris to explain the bill.
Here.
Mr. Tinderholt, for what purpose?
Raise a point of order against further consideration of 643 under Rule 432C1. Background and purpose statement of the bill analysis substantially or materially misleading.
Please bring your point of order down front. Point of order is withdrawn. The chair recognizes Mr. Wally for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recommit SB 643 to the Committee on Licensing and Administrative Procedures.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? The chair hears none. The motion is adopted. The chair lays out on second reading SB 599. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 599 by Birdwell, relating to the carrying or possession of a handgun by district clerk and the issuance of a handgun license to a district clerk.
The chair recognizes Dr. Anderson to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker and Chairman, Senate Bill 599 will allow district clerks to carry in the courthouse. Move for passage.
The question occurs on passage of the third reading of SB 599. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it, and SB 599 is passed the third reading. Chair lays out on second reading SB 61. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 61 by Zaffarini, relating to the methods by which the comptroller may provide notice of a hearing on the revocation or suspension of a permit or license.
Chair recognizes Mr. Hefner to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Senate Bill 61 is the Senate version of the already passed House Bill 2981 that we passed on local. It amends the tax code allowing the comptroller to email certain notices, and I do have an amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Hefner.
The chair recognizes Mr. Hefner to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a cleanup amendment that conforms Senate Bill 61's language to the House version that we passed originally. I move it's acceptable.
Mr. Hefner sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there objection to the adoption of the amendment? The chair hears none, and the amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Mr. Hefner to close on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move passage.
Question occurs on passage of the third reading of SB 61. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it, and SB 61 is passed the third reading. The following announcement, the clerk will read the announcement.
The Committee on Ways and Means will meet today upon adjournment at desk 41 in a formal meeting to consider pending, referred, and committee business.
The chair lays out on second reading SB 576. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 576 by Menendez, relating to the definition of exploitation for purposes of investigating reports of exploitation by certain providers against certain elderly individuals with disabilities receiving services from those providers.
The chair recognizes Ms. Theory to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, as lawmakers, we have a fiduciary duty to create policies that protect those who are unable to protect themselves. Given that the elderly community are amongst our most vulnerable Texans, SB 576 will allow us to deter predators of the elderly and ensure that individuals who have dementia and Alzheimer's receive protections in both the Human Resources Code and the Penal Code. I'd like to thank Chairman Frank and the Human Services Committee for voting this bill out. Mr. Speaker, I move passage.
Question occurs on passage of the third reading of SB 576. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it, and SB 576 is passed the third reading. Chair lays out on second reading SB 728. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 728 by Huffman, relating to the reporting of mental health and intellectual disability information with respect to certain children for purposes of a federal firearm background check.
The chair recognizes Mr. Leach to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I'm honored to bring this bill in front of you today, Senate Bill 728 by Senator Huffman. Members, this was the first bill that was passed out of the Texas Senate this session by a vote of 31-0. And I wanted to take just a minute to explain it to you. Members, after the shooting in my district in Allen, Texas last Saturday, conversations, of course, in this building, as they always have continued relating to how we protect and fiercely guard our Second Amendment rights, but also keep our communities safe and keep firearms out of the hands of people who don't need to have them. Members, in 2022, just last year, federal law was passed that amended the state reporting requirements to the FBI's National Instant Criminal Background Check System. This system is known as NICS, N-I-C-S, the National Instant Criminal Background Check System. This is for disqualifying mental health records for firearm purchases from a federal firearms licensee by including mental health adjudications for juveniles age 16 or older. Members, currently, Texas does not have a centralized location for this information. If the FBI needs to find out if a person had any disqualifying juvenile mental health adjudications, the FBI would have to individually call each clerk across Texas for each court in the state. This bill, Senate Bill 728, would require clerks to report records to the Department of Public Safety, who in turn maintains reporting requirements to NICS, and then ultimately to the FBI. As juvenile records are maintained in the strictest confidentiality, this bill makes clear that the clerk's access and authority to report these records to DPS and thereby provide the required information to NICS. I want to make very clear, members, this bill does not change any existing federal or state law regarding firearms. This simply adheres to existing federal law and their new requirements to report this data to NICS. This bill is not a red flag law. This bill, again, does not modify any current federal or state requirements regarding who can or cannot hold a firearm. But importantly, members, this bill will go a long way to ensuring that our state databases, our state and federal databases are linked, and that the process is more efficient and effective in keeping firearms out of the hands of dangerous Texans who do not need to have them. Members, I believe this is a bill that can be supported in a bipartisan way. The Texas Senate evidenced that by way of its vote 31-0. This is a bill that strong Second Amendment supporters and those who believe, like all of us do, that our streets and our schools and our communities need to be safer can passionately support. With that, members, I move passage.
Question occurs on passage third reading of SB 728. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it, and SB 728 is passed to third reading. Chair lays out on second reading SB 798. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 798 by Middleton, went into the certification requirements for a public school counselor.
The chair recognizes Dr. Buckley to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, we're in a teacher shortage and school counselor crisis. This bill removes a barrier to entry, as other states have done for those looking to become school counselors. It would remove the requirement to serve as a classroom teacher for 2 years before coming, and I move passage.
The question occurs on passage to third reading of SB 798. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Dr. Buckley voting aye. Show Mr. Bell of Kaufman voting aye. Have all voted? There being 85 ayes, 52 nays, SB 798 is passed to third reading. The following announcement, the clerk will read the announcement.
The Committee on County Affairs will meet today upon adjournment at desk 37 in a formal meeting to consider pending, referred, and committee business.
Chair lays out on second reading SB 821. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 821 by Nichols, relating to the review by the Sunset Advisory Commission of the sale of personal data by state agencies.
The chair recognizes Mr. Bell of Kaufman to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker, members, Senate Bill 821 continues the work begun last session on data privacy. This bill adds criteria to the Sunset Act to help ensure citizens' personal data is being protected and not improperly sold by state agencies. As part of its review process, this bill requires the Sunset Commission to determine whether a state agency is collecting and selling personal data and then recommend to the legislature prohibition by the agency unless the commission identifies a compelling state and public interest justifying the practice. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I move passage.
The question occurs on passage to third reading of SB 821. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Bell of Kaufman voting aye. Have all voted? There being 136 ayes, 0 nays, SB 821 is passed to third reading. Chair lays out on second reading SB 975. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 975 by Menendez, relating to the procedures for the issuance of a personal identification certificate to a person whose driver's license is surrendered.
The chair recognizes Mr. DeRazio to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Senate Bill 975 is the companion to my House Bill 1980, of which 67 of you are joint or co-authors, and I'm grateful for your support. I'm especially grateful to Vice Chair Busey for working with us on the committee substitute language. This bill will help ensure that elderly Texans who are no longer drive are not disenfranchised from the voting process. Mr. Speaker, I move passage.
The question occurs on passage to third reading of SB 975. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it, and SB 975 is passed to third reading. Chair lays out on second reading SB 812. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 812 by Zaffarini relating to food allergen awareness in food service establishments, food manager certifications, and food service programs.
The chair recognizes Mr. Cortez to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Senate Bill 812, also known as the Sergio Lopez Food Allergy Awareness Act, would require food service establishments to display an informational poster relating to food allergen awareness and responses to allergic reactions in areas.
Mr. Toth, for what purpose?
I raise a point of order against further consideration of SB 812 under Rule 4, Section 32. Grounds the bill analysis is substantially and materially misleading.
Please bring your point of order down front. The point of order is withdrawn. The chair recognizes Mr. Tenderholt for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recommit SB 812 to the Committee on Public Health.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? The chair hears none. The motion is adopted. The chair lays out on second reading SB 1179. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1179 by Perry relating to sexually violent predators and the prosecution of certain offenses involving prohibited items at correctional or civil commitment facilities, creating a criminal offense.
The chair recognizes Mr. Cassell to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is the TCCO omnibus bill that addresses administrative and operational issues. I move passage.
The question occurs on passage to third reading of SB 1179. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it, and SB 1179 is passed to third reading. Chair lays out on second reading SB 1080. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1080 by Colcourse relating to a mitigation program and fees for the Lost Pines Groundwater Conservation District.
The chair recognizes Mr. Gerdez to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. SB 1080 is a local bill that gives the authorization to the Lost Pines Groundwater Conservation District to establish a well mitigation program. And, Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Gerdes.
The chair recognizes Mr. Gerdes to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a perfecting amendment to clean up a couple of issues with the bill, and I move adoption.
Mr. Gerdes sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there objection to the adoption of the amendment? The chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Mr. Gerdes to close on the bill.
I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to third reading of SB 1080. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it, and SB 1080 is passed to third reading. Is Mr. Cook on the floor of the House? The chair lays out on second reading SB 1516. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1516 by King relating to the procedures for an application for a writ of habeas corpus and the issuance of the writ.
The chair recognizes Mr. Cook to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this Senate Bill 1516 amends Chapter 11 of the Code of Criminal Procedure related to writs of habeas corpus to be consistent with current case law and practices and deals with the proper jurisdiction. I move passage.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Moody.
The chair recognizes Mr. Moody to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. The amendment you have in front of you is the substance of what was House Bill 205. It was voted out of committee 9-0 and off the House floor 144-1. That one was Mr. Schofield, and I've talked to him about it. So I think we're all good. I've also visited with Senator King about this, so appreciate it at this last time of session, just trying to give opportunities for good legislation to get across the finish line. I move adoption.
Mr. Moody sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author, and is there objection to the adoption of the amendment? The chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Mr. Cook to close on the bill.
Thank you, Speaker. Move passage.
Question occurs on passage to third reading of SB 1516. All those in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it, and SB 1516 is passed to third reading. The chair lays out on second reading SB 1849. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1849 by Colcourse relating to the establishment of an interagency child protection database.
The chair recognizes Ms. Noble to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There was one employee of a licensed CPS residential facility who was found to have abused and exploited 2 children living at that facility and was terminated. We learned that this same worker had previously been fired from a Texas Juvenile Justice Department for behavior with a child in care. It was later discovered that this exact same person applied to work in a long-term care facility and was most recently working in a nursing home after being fired for reportable conduct in 2 other state settings. For those of us who want to protect children and vulnerable adults in the care of others, this bill is long overdue. It creates a single search engine for 4 of our state agencies' do not hire registries. The Texas Interagency Reportable Conduct search engine will give us a centralized technology platform that will link the Texas Education Agency, Department of Family and Protective Services, the Texas Juvenile Justice Department, and the Health and Human Services Commission's registries of individuals who have caused harm to children or vulnerable adults, those that have been determined to have engaged in abuse, neglect, exploitation, or misconduct within schools, long-term care facilities, child care facilities, or juvenile justice settings. Today we get to pass a bill that will keep our most vulnerable Texans safe from known predators. It's been a long time coming. I move passage.
The question occurs on passage to third reading of SB 1849. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it, and SB 1849 is passed to third reading. The chair lays out on second reading SB 1794. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1794 by Menendez relating to conditions imposed on an emergency services district that includes territory in the extraterritorial jurisdiction of certain municipalities.
The chair recognizes Mr. Cortez to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senate Bill 1794 would remove the requirement for city consent on ESD funding matters and return that authority back to the ESD and its county. This bill will allow ESDs to freely acquire the necessary equipment they need to carry out their duties. This bill is bracketed to Bexar County only. I move passage.
The question occurs on passage to third reading of SB 1794. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Cortez voting aye. Have all voted? There being 110 ayes, 24 nays, SB 1794 is passed to third reading. The chair lays out on second reading SB 1447. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1447 by Compost relating to a training program for persons investigating suspected child abuse or neglect.
The chair recognizes Mr. Cortez for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to postpone further consideration of SB 1447 until Wednesday, May 17th at 10 a.m.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? The chair hears none, and the motion is adopted. The chair lays out on second reading SB 627. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 627 by Menendez relating to the entitlement of certain tax revenue related to a hotel and convention center project.
The chair recognizes Mr. Allison to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this pertains to
Mr. Tinderholt, for what purpose?
Raise a point of order against further consideration of SB 627 under Rule 8, Section 10B,
grounds the bill is improperly limited by an artificial device or population bracket.
Please bring your point of order down front.
The point of order has been withdrawn. The chair recognizes Mr. Meyer for a motion.
Do I need to be recognized? I have, sorry. Mr. Speaker, I move to recommit SB 627 to the Committee on Ways and Means.
Members of the motions objecting, chair has done so ordered. The chair recognizes Mr. Darby for recognition.
Members, we're fortunate this afternoon to have a bunch of students from Big Spring High School here for UIL competition. Would y'all please stand and welcome to your Texas house.
The following bills and resolutions on first reading and referral to committee. The clerk will read the bills and resolutions without objection. The clerk will read the Senate bills by bill number and author only.
SB 1537 by Parker, referred to the Committee on Higher Education. SB 2376 by Campbell, referred to the Committee on Transportation. SB 2428 by Creighton, referred to the Committee on Public Education. SB 2624 by Springer, referred to the Committee on Land and Resource Management.
Members, the speaker's desk is clear. If you have any announcements, please bring them down front. Mr. Price and Mr. Lambert move the House adjourn until 10 a.m. Wednesday in memory of former members David Anthony Swinford and Dr. Robert D. Bob Hunter. Is there objection? The chair hears none. The House stands adjourned pending the reading and referral of bills.